Hey everybody, hey folks, welcome to the first stream of the channel where I'm going to do my best to fandangle this whole technology and, show you a thing or two about painting some stuff, I guess. Got a few nerves, I haven't streamed in a while and it was on Twitch to like 2 viewers and I actually knew one, so this is a whole new thing for me. But hopefully I'll be entertaining for you and get it going. So today we're going to be painting some Psylocke. I got some references here. An old comic of mine from when I was a kid that had some Psylocke stuff. I was looking in it and looking at some reference photos, looking at how she looks. We've got the actual card for Psylocke that Marvel Zombicide makes. And let's get to it. Sorry for starting a little late. For some reason, like 2 minutes before I was supposed to go live, everything just went kaput. Like all the cameras turned off and couldn't figure out what was going on. So this is the model Psylocke from Marvel Zombicide. And one of the main references we're going to use is the card itself. So I'm going to try to mimic a lot of what she looks like in the card, but I'm probably going to go a little heavier into the blue. This is more like a blue-gray in the highlights, with the really dark blue-gray, blackish, but I'm going to keep pretty close to it. I'm going to probably increase the highlights, and I'm going to make it more of an electric blue. So, with that in mind, we got the model here. And the first thing I usually do when I get a new model is, or when I plan on painting a new model, is take a look at it. I tried cleaning it up at first, but I think I missed a lot. Actually, this one I might not have cleaned up too well. But, taking a look, observing some areas that may be challenges. Like I notice here that there is a really good mold or a good sculpt for the armband that goes over her the top of her hand, but on this side it's not so well, so I'm gonna have to keep that in mind when I paint it. I got some mold lines that I'm gonna have to hide. So one of the main things I'm gonna do that's different from the reference photo is I'm gonna make this sword into a glowing magenta. Maybe if it's strong enough of a glow, I'll have some OSL coming off of her buttocks and arm. We're gonna do that purple hair, we're gonna do the skin, and I'm noticing the face is a little weird. Black blue-ish clothes, red sash here, and I probably won't have enough time to get to the base, but that's gonna be my goal for today. So when we're looking at this model, first thing I'm gonna observe is what's the most inward piece or part of the model, which is the skin to me, because I don't want to paint, say, the black and then have to go inside these little bands here, like on her thighs and her arms, and try to paint that skin. So since it's the innermost part, I'm going to paint that first, and the black will go really easily over the skin tone, as opposed to doing it the other way around, right? So I'm going to paint the skin first, probably. Then I'll probably paint her black-blue clothes. And maybe the hair and sash interchangeable. So with that in mind, we've got our palette. I've already put out some colors. The first thing I'm probably going to start is with this, not Vallejo, what is it? Scale 75. Right here. Electric or sky blue. I like this blue a lot. It's pretty bold, hot. We're gonna do that for the highlights, and then I'm gonna go down to this Vallejo Game Color Night Blue, which is here. It's really, really dark, so it's gonna give the impression of black when it's next to that light blue. I'm gonna glaze over the light blue with it to blend it. And then for the darkest parts, we're going to actually glaze over some of this black, which is right here. This is what is going to make it look overall black. It doesn't have to take a lot for it to look black. And, you know, some glazing in the darker areas will be able to make the whole thing look like it's black, but it's going to actually be mostly blue. Now, for the skin tones, I've got my Reaper Golden Shadow. And I really love this triad of Golden Shadow, Golden Skin, and Golden Highlight. Like, it's my go-to skin. And the last video I made, the long form video, was actually pretty much how I paint skin most of the time. And the last color on this palette is this magenta, which is Vallejo Warlord Purple. I really like it. It's gonna pop really well, and it goes with Psylocke's whole thing with her katana, her psychic abilities. So, nothing more to it but to do it. Let me get my brush wet, mix up some of this golden skin. Maybe need a little more water. All right. Now, I chose a very uncomfortable way to paint just now. Now when we're doing this, it's alright to go a little over. In fact, I'm kind of counting on it, just to make sure I get into all those little gaps. And we're going to do more than one coat here. Yeah. Try to adjust my posture, because this is... Should have probably tested that out before I started, right? Got all the lights and stuff set up, and then it's like, will this be comfortable for a few hours? Nah, we'll deal with it. Let me take a look at that reference card and see. Okay, so most of this is actually not... Alright. I'm just gonna paint over this whole thing and figure out where the bands start and end. That flesh wash is gonna help out a lot in a later step. This particular area. Let me rinse this off really quick. It looks like she's got her hands. Let's go ahead and paint this whole thing, just to catch everything. This is actually the first time I painted in a few weeks now. Just mostly been editing, taking it easy. And the last time I streamed was probably like 2 years ago on Twitch. It was the first thing I did to test out, how to do all this video stuff. And most of the time I streamed to 0 viewers, which is fine because I learned in a safe environment. Not like hundreds of people watching you fail. That's the dream, right? Get a few hundred people watch you make a butt of yourself. Let's see here. Now, this first layer, we're just wanting some coverage, some stuff for it to stick to. Second layer is probably going to do a really good job of getting the coverage we want, but we'll still probably end up doing about 3 coats. There's not too many skin parts, but they're pretty prominent where they are, so you want to make sure that you get a good opaque coverage, because base coats are the foundation of your paint job. You want to make sure that you do them well. And even though we're looking a little sloppy right now, it's going to work out just fine. Rinse this off. Alright, we got them thick thighs. Painting this stuff, or like getting ready to paint Psylocke, made me think of all the times when I was a kid and I saw her. Like, she was one of my favorites in terms of like character design. I mean, who doesn't love a cool ninja? And I remember seeing her in arcades for the like first X-Men Fighter arcade game, and I love the way that she moved in that game. It was pretty cool, man. And her powers were really cool, like when she would teleport around. I don't know like a lot of her stories, but I did love whenever I would read certain comics, like that one I showed earlier. It was like one of my favorite ones I had Psylocke in. It was like Psylocke, Beast, and Wolverine, and they ended up getting stranded in this place with this character named Bloodscream and a few other things. It's been a while since I read it. I only like looked at the pictures and for references. I think I read it back when I was in like 4th or 5th grade. But it was cool seeing them in action. I love me a cool ninja getup. And I really like her aesthetic in this model, or in design really, because like one of the best things about when you paint a miniature, like one of the cool tips you can do is you alternate for contrast. So like if you're gonna do a big block of, say, something dark, right next to it do a big block of something light, or if it's gonna be cool, then the next block is warm, and you just keep alternating that. And in this model, you'll see it's like light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, and then a bold red somewhere in the middle breaks it up. I always really liked that sort of aesthetic. Rinse off this brush. When it's starting to dry, you don't want to mess around with it too much. You just let it dry. Otherwise, you're going to be getting those little trenches, like moving around while it's dry. One thing I'm taking away from the stream already, I need to work on making this more comfortable. I can tell that this is gonna do wonders for my back and my hands. know how I found this comfortable when I streamed on Twitch before. Well, I didn't. Alright. Did I get everything for the most part? You don't need it to be perfect for this coat. So now that I've gotten through the first coat from top to bottom, I don't think there's any other skin parts. Let's look at the reference. Are there ears in this one? I don't think so. So we're gonna go to the second coat. I'm gonna add a little more water to mine. Make it thinner so it doesn't gunk up. Now, normally, I'm a pretty slow painter. Like, I take a lot of breaks. I watch TV, maybe play a game of League in between. So, for the stream, I'm hoping that by doing this, that I'll work on being faster and actually get some stuff done, you know? I think that's something that all of us painters can relate to. But who knows? There's no ears in this. I'm just gonna paint it just in case, but interesting. I noticed, like, you know, for Marvel Zombicide, the models that Big Child Creative painted are slightly different than the ones that you end up getting. Like, I have one that I'm painting, Hawkeye, and either they cropped it out of the picture or they cut off the part of the model, but there's like a thing on his bow and arrow that's not present in their model versus the ones that I got. So interesting. I mean, like, of course they have to receive prototypes to paint up before the Kickstarter campaign, but like in some aspects of the sculpt that I noticed were different, I'm like, man, I wish mine looked like that. Maybe they got like 3D prints of the prototypes. I don't know. I'm no miniature scientist. And I'm not meaning a smaller scientist than average. You're funny, I know. Now, like, when this game was out on Kickstarter, like, you could probably tell from behind me, I'm a big Come On fan, a Cool Mini or Not fan. And, like, I backed a lot of their Zombicide. Zombicide is one of my favorite games. So just like an easy, fun game to play. You can play it solo, which is how I play the majority of times. But when it came out, I was like, I'm a Marvel fanboy ever since I was a kid. But I was like, man, I don't know. Like, I already own so many that I haven't painted. And, you know, some of the sculpts, I was like, ah, that's cool, but they don't have Cable. Cable's my all-time favorite. And, I mean, like, there were some really cool ones. Oh. I was just seeing a notice. It's buffering my video. But, I don't know. Something happened where I decided not to back it. And I ended up regretting that, like, almost immediately. But I managed to get a copy of the Kickstarter from my local game store. And I am super happy that I ended up getting a copy from my friendly local game store. Because this is probably one of my favorite versions of Zombicide. think that's a good second coat. So I'm gonna let that dry a little more, but also wanted to show you what I'd worked on before. So while that dries, let me show you my favorite one, Captain America. I was pretty happy with this guy. Like, I knew as soon as I got the game that this was going to be the first one I painted, for sure. I love this sculpt. Had a lot of fun painting it. I painted it for myself for fun. And I also tried to paint it as quickly as I could, not trying to go too crazy. But I really love Cap. Like, yeah, I got a Lego Captain America shield on the top of my shelf. He was one of my favorites to read about. And mostly it was because of his aesthetic more than anything, but I ended up growing to love the character. So I did that Cap. And I also painted the Winter Soldier here. Had a lot of fun. I was a little disappointed with how I got his arm done. It wasn't going for what I wanted to go for, and I'm not exactly 100% done. I'm going to do more to his base, but he's pretty done, enough to play with. But I wanted to try to go for chrome, and I ended up forgetting the basics of how to make chrome look good. So that was that. And then the other one I'm working on my own time, whenever I get time, or motivation more, is Hawkeye. I'm about like 20% done with this guy. But yeah, like the sculpt that I saw online from Big Child Creatives, they don't have these little round thingies on there, and the hair looks a little different, but they could have just painted it differently. But yeah, I'm having fun painting this guy. But Psylocke, man, I'm pretty pumped with how she's gonna turn out. Let me get this reference card back up here. Cool. All right, that's enough. I think. Like, the thing is about this skin is you don't have to have it 100% opaque, but I'm gonna make sure that some parts right here are a little bit better because I didn't paint them quite as well. Actually, I think that's good enough. Alright, once that's fully dry, we're going to do a heavy wash. Flesh wash. I mean heavy. Let's take this over here. Shake this bad boy up. We're going to use some Reichland Flesh Shade from GW. Go ahead and do this here so that you can see it. Make sure that that's all dry, because once you get started, you want to work fast. Oh, I don't know why I moved it. Yeah. All right, here we go. Probably not super heavy, but heavy enough. Make that face a little less fugly. Interesting. Yep, that sculpt for the arm, the hand is not as good as I want, so I'm gonna have to make up a lot of it. Interesting. There's like a little bump here that defines the butt to the thigh. I didn't notice that. Start from the front. Can I get everything here? Yeah. Keep forgetting to keep it in camera. Now I made it real heavy. Should wash down. Oh, almost forgot the hand there. See, like this one's sculpted really well. The other hand, not so much. The little triangular shape of her forearm cloth. Okay. It's gonna take a little bit to dry. In the meantime, I'm gonna get some more of this golden shadow onto our palette. Throw a little water in there. No more. And I used the wrong brush, so I'm gonna rinse it off immediately. That's my special brush. I won't tell you why. It's just smaller and nicer. Try not to do this part with it. That's good. Like the way whenever I mix water into my paint, I like to mix it right up until streaming. Tell you what. OBS disconnecting and reconnecting. I can't tell if it's working or not. There we go. This is why streaming is stressful. Let's see. I think that's dry enough. Really helps create that smooth blend. Because wash can sometimes be very harsh. Man, this face. I'm making it fugly, aren't I? Hopefully in the highlights, the further stages, it'll look better. Alright. I'm gonna separate a little bit there. You gotta love OBS. It is disconnecting like haywire. Nope, that's part of the set or the cloth. Man. All right. Now the easier part, because those arms are a challenge on this sculpt. So the easier part, right here. Probably gonna paint 85, 90% of this. All right. Hide that mold line. Boom, boom, boom. Now with these straps around, I want to try to keep that flesh wash line as much as I can, but still highlight inside of it. Yeah, I should have cleaned up these mold lines better. Or at all. In my little circle, I'm known for not cleaning up models at all, like leaving flash in there and mold lines. Because I can't be bothered. Alright. Next leg. Let's get the inside. Well, let's start with the outside of the thigh. Okay, now the inside really quick. Trying to keep in mind how the light reflects before I paint over it, so that when I'm highlighting it, I'll try to mimic it. It's looking a little rough right now, but I think the next step is where it really pops out, the mid-tone. Let's just go ahead and color this whole thing in. like that. We'll leave it and see how it works out whenever I put the highlights on. It's funny, like, seeing it on screen here looks a whole lot different than in real life. Now let's try to get inside these straps. Oh, I messed that up. That's fine. I'll just jump off a bridge. I failed. Enough. And then last, I think I didn't do this hand yet. Can't remember if I did or not. Let's try. Alright, enough. That's the base coat, right? So then, next up we got our mid-tone, which is that golden skin from Reaper. Which, by the way, folks, I'm looking now, 8 concurrent viewers. Congratulations, you're my biggest live audience in my life. Oh man, love it. So, ooh, got a little blob going in there. Let's add a little water. It's got that top skin. All right. This is where we start to define a little bit more. It's gonna pop a lot more than the original layer just now. Because we did like a base coat and then washed and then the same base coat over. So that the difference between those two steps is really subtle. This one's gonna be a lot more. And we wanna make sure that we leave some room for glazing if we need to. So we're just gonna start with a little cheekbone. Get that nosy nose. So cute. Get that button nose. Let's try to do this eyelid / eyebrow. Move it over. Do the same thing. Cheekbone. For female faces, you want to like accentuate the cheekbones more than anything else. Like the jaw, you can do, but you'll want to take it a little further out, further back. I'm gonna actually lower the cheekbone for some glazes. And then I do the chin, and I messed that up, but that's fine, because we're gonna glaze back over this. And usually you only want to do the bottom lip. So she's looking derpy, right? Pretty derpy. But we'll take it back a notch in a minute. Now, I always go back and forth on whether I should do the jawline. This point is messed up. Okay, there we go. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. I regret it immediately. I'm just gonna give myself room for glazes now. It looks derp, but that's fine. Everything's fine. So just to show you what I mean, we're gonna go ahead, instead of doing the other parts right now with the same color, which is what I normally do. Is I just do the whole thing with the same color. Let's start doing some glazes. I'm gonna take this shadow and add water to it. Let me, there you go. We add water to it till it really moves around. I made it a bit of a strong glaze, which is fine. Throw it on, and there we go. Let's see how this works. Shade everything, and it looks a little bit better. The trick to glazes I've found. Oh, sheesh. That's a lot. I'm just straight up derping you. The trick to glazes is multiple layers. Let me just wipe that part off. So it acts kind of like a controlled wash. So I'm gonna go ahead and throw these in here. I knew that this face was gonna be a challenge because it's got a really weak sculpt. And I noticed that in the reference photo, she's got painted lips and eyeshadow. I might do that just to make up for what is happening here, because things are happening. All right, let's get back to glazing it a bit more, just to define the shadows, blend everything in together. Let's get that chin in the glaze so it knocks it back a step. In fact, I'm just gonna glaze all of it and see. Now, her cheek line here is really strong, and it's kind of like the more lines you add to a face, the more it ages in like drawing and stuff. So we want to kind of minimize that. So I'm gonna end up glazing it a little more, maybe to soften the transition. I'm actually gonna keep it pretty heavy. And let that dry. Okay, it's looking a little better. I should not have highlighted this lip line. Let's go ahead and heavy glaze this. Now we're bringing it all back a little bit. So now that I've glazed some, I'm gonna go back up to that mid-tone. Need more paint on here. All right. Yeah, we're gonna definitely need to put some makeup on her. This sculpt. The face. There is a trick to bring this back out that I'll do by the time I do the highlight, like the brighter highlight. I think I need to add a little bit more water to this. All right. Let's get that chin again. Boy, this is looking a little rough right now, but I know how to get it back. what I usually do whenever this happens is I move on to other stuff, and then I'll come back to the face. So let's go on to the arms. Make sure to give enough room for some glazes. I think this is defined a little too much, so I'm going to join those two lines up. There we go. And I'll glaze to separate. Okay. Her bicep goes in a little more. Alright, now, are there any strap parts that could use a highlight? There is her tricep right here. Alright, now we'll move on to her right hand. Which is, boy, this sculpt is, it's challenging. Look at this hand. It's got, like, some definition for the fingers. But for the most part, it's all... that. Grab my strong hand. I'm also trying to separate the digits at this point, your phalanges, if you will. Make them a little stronger. Oh, y'all can't really see that, can you? That'll do. Now we gotta get the underside. Tell you what, this is just a jumble of shapes. Not really defined at all. Little too buff. That works. Man, these... it's mostly strap. Alright, that should be there. Yeah, it's mostly strap. I'm gonna leave that part alone. Now we're on the hands. The other hand. on to the easiest part, which are the legs. See, it's starting to come together, you know? I need to connect those. Make sure not to highlight too much of the back part because it's furthest away from the light. So that'll probably get a good glaze over it. I'll just do the big thigh parts first before moving on to the straps. Messed that up a little bit. That's fine. Just walk off the roof. How are we gonna do this? Yeah, that works. Rinse my brush fairly often. I don't know if it's a thing for most people. That seems about right. Again, don't want to do this too much, and it'll probably get glazed over. I feel like this is needing to come down a little bit, like that. Yeah. Yeah, alright, and now we're on to the little strappy parts. And then we'll be mostly done with this stage. Oh, this needs a little more strengthening, so let me add that. Yeah. Now we're on the strappy parts. the parts that peek through, obviously, so to speak. I don't want to do every single one, because when we paint over it, it's actually going to already give the impression pretty well. Yeah, she's coming together. Thunder thighs. I can't tell if that's a strap or not. I think it isn't. Keep bringing it down too far, but I should have practiced painting with this setup, right? I just kind of set it up going like, all right, everything looks good, and I didn't actually practice painting with it. We all learn, you know? Some do it on the internet for everyone to see. Damn, this is the bristles. Let's do this. Looks like this isn't a strap. What else is not a strap? This is the world's most dumb game. Is it a strap? Okay, now the buttock. Strap areas. She covers her knee pits because she's a lady. Few side strap areas on this leg and we'll be good. All right, and then here needs to be a little stronger. Oops. That's alright, we're glazing anyways. Okay. Now, let's see if we can get that face popping a little bit more by going into the highlight. This is Golden Highlight from Reaper. Golden Skin Highlight. I'll move this over. Start with them cheekbones and the dot of the nose. Let's go a little more into this cheekbone. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't glaze in the thigh areas. 1 second. Alright. Add some water till it pulls away. And now this part is going to need less glaze. A little more glaze. Oh, yeah, there. All right. I think I'm gonna take the flesh wash again, try to glaze that into the cheekbones and stuff to see if that helps out. Start with the eye socket because it'll wick off a lot of the wash. And then let's start from the back here, wick it in, feather it. Maybe a little here. Okay, now the lips. I messed up a little bit there. And then the chin area. Messed up a lot there. That helps. A little bit. Okay, where were we? That's right. My back killing me. No, we're gonna get up to the edge, or the highlight now. Bring that back up. Ah, dang it, I did it again. Let's wash that down. Not so much a wash, but let's just move on to the other stuff. I'm sure that faces bother a lot of people. Not this master. Okay. I'm not gonna do the hand yet. I'm gonna move on to this. Now the hands. Dang it, I keep forgetting about keeping it in frame. At least the hands look a little better now. Now them thunder thighs, lady. Ooh, that's a big ol' hair. Actually, I'm just gonna keep the highlights to the tops of the thighs. Keep that rounded. I just found out that I should probably paint this mid-tone a little further down. And then glaze it. To have a more subtle transition. And then strappy strap parts, but only a select area, few areas. This is a highlight after all. Could use some more glazing here. Okay, now let's glaze the mid-tone by taking a little bit of this here. Add some water till it runs. Oh, that's fine. Get that glaze on there, wipe it off with a paper towel so it's not so wet. Start with that way it blends a little bit better, you know? It's not so cartoony. I don't know if it really makes a big difference, but I like doing it. Like, I feel like it does. So like where this thigh is, you see that there's a strong line. Let's make it a little less strong. In fact, I'm going to bring that highlight a little bit further over. Now that I've repainted this side, we're going to go right here. Now, let's glaze over it. With that mid-tone. And did I highlight this part over here? Don't think I did, because it stands out a little more. Maybe I did, who knows? Don't tell me otherwise. Man, I'm still like not happy with that face. That is a jacked up face. How are we gonna fix it? We're gonna ignore it. Well, maybe I can fix it. I think I'll try to fix it when I hit the hair, you know? Like that'll make it a little clearer to me what I need to do to make it all match. Take a little water break. Yeah. All right. So let's say that we are 99% done with the skin. We're gonna move on. I'm gonna probably want to move on to the clothing, the black blue. So what I'm gonna do, if you look at this reference, where the extreme highlights are, because it's sort of a two-tone, I'm gonna go ahead and actually block in my light blues for where these are. Because in the comics, they're more of a electric blue. Or at least the ones I liked a lot that I'm gonna try to emulate. Actually, let's try to pull one up here real quick. Got my old childhood comic that I loved reading like over and over again. Let's find a good pic of Psylocke in like a relatively similar pose. Alright, so I've got a few. So you see here how she's like, it's black, then blue. Like that, I think is what I'm going for more than shadow gray or like a bluish gray. I want it to pop a little more. So it's got a pretty extreme difference. Like it's two-tone, they kind of blend, you know, from blue to light blue here, but for the most part it's hatching that defines it. Like right here, it's mostly blue with black tone in it. Blue with black tone. Same thing here. So I'm gonna actually match that more than the bluish gray. I know that maybe on camera it doesn't pop up as much, but this is more black than anything else, it seems. I'm actually gonna bump it up a little bit. So normally when I paint, I go from dark to light. Like I don't block in midtones first, then shade, but for certain color combos, I might start off with highlight because I want to know where those placements are. Like it's going to be a pretty defining area. So I think we'll just throw it in there. We'll just get going. Mostly going to use this, what's it called? Scale Color Sky Blue. It's a nice little electric blue. Oh, it's got a skin. Let's break that up. I should not have used my fancy brush for this. Let me wash that off now. Throw a little water in it. I still want it pretty opaque, so we're not going to thin it out too much. Oh, I just added a bunch more, but that's actually not bad. That's good amount. It's starting to pull in. Want to keep it fairly thick. Not thick, but like actually, no, a little more water ought to do it. That's fine. All right, let's block in some highlights. Starting with, well, I know this is gonna be one, so let's try it here. And I'm also making sure to leave enough room for glazes, because this is actually going to lean on glazing pretty heavily. Boy, that's real blue. Maybe I made a mistake. It'll be interesting to see this video in the channel after it's all uploaded and done, because I'm getting a ton of like errors and it's not receiving as much, so you may experience buffering. Hopefully it's not too terrible of an experience, but being a catastrophist that I am, I pretty much anticipated that the first stream will be terrible. But we're here to learn. Well, I'm just coloring it all blue now, aren't I? Take it a step back and just highlight some stuff. Oh wait, that's the red sash, you silly Billy. Again, not keeping it in frame. Just trying to get an idea as to where I like these highlights. And then I'm gonna fix it all up with the dark blue. And I'll probably actually add more after I do the dark blue, but this is like sketching, so to speak. That's interesting. Oh no! Went a little far there. Let's take that one back. Okay, so I think I've got most of the blocking there. Let's get that buttock. I keep getting it out of frame. My bad, guys. It'll be interesting to see if this idea works or not. Did it somewhat similar before, but it was when I first was learning this sort of stuff. I wonder if this material is like leather. And we'll just put enough to glaze over down here. Same with this side. Alright, I think that's enough to block it in for now. See, she's mostly blue. And I'm going to paint everything that I hadn't painted blue in the dark blue. And we're going to adjust from there, but it would have taken a lot longer if I painted the whole thing dark blue and put the electric blue on top to get it this vibrant. So that's why I wanted to block it in first. And with this blue, I'm actually going to thin it down quite a bit because over this white, it's going to be streaky. So I want it to be multiple layers. And why aren't you popping? I'm going to move you out the way. Whatever. Alright. I'm going to start with the legs. Actually, no, I'll start with the chest. This is also a good place to learn where I didn't pick up at some spots that I wanted to. Like the back of the ribs here, so to speak. And because this is just like sort of sketching it in, we can always adjust these. Like, this is just where the major blocks are going to be, like that I know I want dark for sure. Is this the sash? Yeah, that's the sash. Now where does the sash end? Somewhere like... Make sure I don't ruin that work I did on the skin. Now, we're going to block in where this collarbone is, sorta. Let's start with here. Looks like it's right around here. Yeah. Okay. Now, and this is like rough sketching. Super rough. Now let's finish the rest of the torso so that we can move on to the thighs. So I think that'll be an easy spot to move to. Yeah, I messed that up, but that's fine. Because we're just wanting to get the color in there to see what does it look like. Again, this is honestly like not how I usually paint with this sketching. I usually just would paint the whole thing dark blue and move on. Like layer the light blue on top of it. But I feel like I'll lose the comic book look. Oh crap, I fucked that up. I messed up her undies. Let me try to fix that. If you work really fast, you can sort of erase your paint. If you just like constantly keep a really wet brush. Oh no, my camera go wrong. So for a minute here, I'm gonna let my camera cool off. It does it occasionally. I wish I had the money to just get really nice ones, right? But in the meantime, this will be a good break from my back. Talk about a few things. Make sure I can readjust all this stuff. But I normally don't block it this way, but it feels like it feels like I'll be able to glaze over the dark blue over this light blue a lot easier. Heck, I could even just do a really thin wash and it should be defining some of the bits a little bit better. But I don't want to lose like how vibrant the blue can be. Otherwise, I'm going to have to do like a ton of different layers on top of each other just to get it even near what this blue is at already. So now that I'm also looking at it, I'll probably add in some either white or some blue-gray white, like a Space Wolf gray sort of, to lighten up and give it that shiny look that it sometimes has. But because now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, all right, she's looking a lot more blue than black, which is what I originally wanted to go for. But we'll see how it goes whenever I add in the black, because I think that's going to be the trick. Is like I'm going to glaze up this blue, the dark blue on top of the light blue, and then I will glaze the black on top of the dark blue and see where that goes. So let me get this a little cool. In fact, I'm going to turn my air up on it. Okay. Let me see if a fan would help it. If that helps out. Hopefully it's not too annoying of a sound. Let's try this again. But yeah, this was what I was dreading whenever I was thinking of streaming. It's like everything that can go wrong in streaming will go wrong. Oh, the other bad part about this fan being on it is that it's gonna be over the paint. That's fine. Okay, now we're back to the dark blues. Let's get on to... Oh, there's some right there. Let's do the thighs as quickly as I can before this camera decides to crap out on me once again. Now, earlier I said I wanted to learn or use the stream to become a faster painter. Probably will happen every time this camera overheats. Wish I had a better one. But, you know, we work with what we got. This camera I use for everything, and normally would be alright, but for over long periods of time, it's not so great. Like, it does its best, you know? Oh, dang it. OBS disconnected again. What was I saying before OBS disconnected? Oh, this is one of those techniques that, for me, is... I have to trust in the process a lot because it really doesn't look good at all until you're close to being done. At least in my eyes. Eventually I'm gonna have to paint all these straps too. think that's the majority of my blocking. Like, of course, it can be covered a bit better, like, but that is not for this stage. It is just to see if I like where it's going. And some parts I can already tell I'm going to need to glaze a lot more. Oh, I see some spots I missed. Okay, now we're gonna do those straps, and I'm just gonna actually start with the blue, the dark blue. Now I want this to be super thin, so I'm adding more water to it, and this is the part where things get a little stressful. If I mess this up, you mess up all the skin stuff. And a lot of it's guesswork, because, well, this is where I stick to one side and then instead of doing each strap, I'll stay on each side of each strap, if that makes any sense. So I'm going to complete all these on this side, then I'll move the model. It's really hard to get in. I actually, remembered thinking about doing it this way when a tattoo artist I know told me how he draws stars. He like draws each line in the direction, so you have a straight line, and then you skip over. Instead of doing this, which can get all wonky, you just do this, skip, go, and you'll have a straight line. And that always kind of stuck. Kind of like go with the same brush strokes, and you'll be a little bit more efficient. I think speed painters probably know that too. I'm not a speed painter at all though. I'm the opposite. Oops. See, that's the part I was stressing out about, but that's fine. Now you switch over to this angle, paint all the straps at this angle. And then you move over. So that way you're not like wasting movements doing this over and over again. And then you can keep the same pose on your hands. You're just moving up and down, left and right. Like, consistency is one of those things that you try to recreate as many times as you can, like in the same motions. So if I already have my hand position in an efficient way to go from left to right on these little stocking things, then why not attack all of them while I'm there? Oh, I see cheat in the chat. Hey, it's Shiro! Sweet stream, dude. Looking great. Hey, it's Dreads! Oh my goodness. I was not expecting chats. I appreciate it, guys. You're enjoying my channel. It's all for you, Dreads. It's all for you. Not gonna lie, I'm pumped. I'm now pumped. Got some chats from folks I know. I might have been like super late on it. You know what? And the other thing too about this model is I'm not going for perfection. Like even when I painted the Captain America model, I was like, I love Cap, but this is for my personal board game. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be good. Good enough for Mom to say she loves me. But usually it's gonna be like, I guess it's enough. Tiger Mom. Alright. I think the fan on the camera thing's working because it hasn't shut off again. Watch it shut off. Alright. Gotta be careful here so that my brush stroke doesn't run into the other leg. Whew. This needs a little more water. Yeah. Oh well. I'm gonna thin it down too much. Let me add a little more. Much better. Okay, now we'll do the armband ones. Those are the most difficult ones in my opinion. Oh, you know what? I'll have this blue out here. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna move on to that. It's hard to tell where these straps are going. Okay, now the front of it. It's really hard to tell where that's going. Screw it, we're just gonna do it live. Other armbands. A little bit easier to see these. I just painted over everything. It's fine, everything's fine. You know, in hindsight, I probably should have just painted it all dark blue. Instead of trying to be fancy. Trying to quote-unquote learn. Who wants to do that? Just stick with what you know forever and ever. Never try to get better. Never try new things. It's great. I just noticed something on the die. And I screwed that up. Oh well. Okay, now, where was I? Armbands. I think. Oh, missed it. Okay, now this is where I'm going to look at parts that I didn't do with the light blue that I wanted to leave for the dark blue, like this hand thing. I can't tell from the reference. I know that in other media, like in this particular one, Psylocke has like a triangle thing over her hands. Like in the glove itself. Let me try to find it again. Or maybe not. Maybe it's... No, yeah, see? So here. It's like a triangle shape to the middle finger, right? So it should have it because this hand has it. So I just need to recreate that here because it doesn't look like it's sculpted very well at all. So we're just gonna make it up. Fortune favors the bold. This also means I'll probably have to paint some skin tones back again. Or maybe I just extend this so I don't have to. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Perfect is the enemy of good, right? I have no idea if this is working or not, but we're gonna keep shaping it. See, here the cloth is pretty well defined. Maybe I'll just paint it to this. That's good enough. other part that I haven't painted is the top of this. Could I just paint over her bicep? Perfect is the enemy of good. Just gotta keep telling yourself that so that you can trick yourself into thinking you're doing better than you really are. Yep, I did paint over her. That's fine. Everything's fine. We're just gonna quickly fix that. Not perfectly fix it. Quickly fix it. You know what? No, we're not gonna. It's fine. Everything's fine. Perfect is not what we're going for. Okay, so we got the straps done. I think we've got most of the blocking done. So now at this stage, I'm gonna go ahead and make a wash out of the dark blue. I'm gonna make a wash with the dark blue using glaze medium. Gonna throw it on here. We're gonna take a big old brush. Take some of that dark blue in here. Actually, where did I put you? There you go. I use a dropper sometimes when I need to add a specific amount of water to make it real runny. And the reason why is I made it transparent with the glaze medium, and now and the water also makes the surface tension or whatever viscosity, science words, it makes it run. So now I've got a wash that I'm going to glaze. Not glaze, I'm gonna wash over all those blockings, which darkens the blue. And it'll also bring out some details that I'm going for. This gives me room to highlight with the dark blue. Or the light blue. I like it. This is the part where like it actually starts to look like I know what I'm doing. let's get the rest of the torso done. In a minute, we're going to do pretty much the same, sort of the same thing with black once we get all these color blocks in that we like. The other cool thing that it does is it reinforces the dark blue that I already placed, so that I don't have to keep, or like it kind of acts like a second coat, so I didn't have to spend so much time going crazy over the first coat. See how like I didn't paint this part of the foot? It's gonna be all right. Ooh. Now granted, we're gonna smooth these out a little more, but this helps with the smoothing out. Like I don't know how to describe it. It filters it, right? So when I start doing more and more glazes, it'll smooth out. We're just doing one entire glaze at first, just to get some details that, like in this collarbone area, that I may not want to just pencil in. I'm just gonna keep adding to it. Let's see how that does. Now we start treating it more like a glaze. Where it's like a targeted wash. Oh, I didn't do the buttocks. Man, sometimes I get lost in doing this. You know, painting is just a really nice, relaxing thing to do. Turn your brain off a little bit while turning another part of your brain on. I'm thinking as I put more and more layers on here, it's doing the effect that I want. I'm glazing it down rather than up. And getting that a little richer. So now that I got these first few layers of glaze on, or wash so to speak, I'm going to start focusing on the parts that are actually black. I'm going to deepen those more with this blue to eventually hit it with the black. And then after that is when I start my highlights. So that means like this collar area. Let me clean off this brush. That looks like we're getting there. Should be good for now. So you can see that whenever we compare it to what the original blue was, it's knocked back quite a bit. We're gonna knock it back one more time with some of this black. In fact, I think there's a skin growing on it, so we need to take that out. Again, I did the wrong brush for this, so I need to use my crap brush. We're gonna turn this into a wash, but this time I'm just gonna might add some glaze medium to it. It's a little runny. And we're gonna take a measured approach with this black. Let's start with a place that we know is very dark. Shin. Now I'm gonna want to let that dry just to see what that looks like. Put it in front of the fan. Not bad. The other thing I was thinking of doing is going back and forth between the black and the electric blue, or the sky blue, so it's called. I might just do that. Now we're definitely getting into things are looking black. In fact, I might be doing it on some straps as well. Didn't color this in. Oops. Keep hitting my light. I'm liking it. What I'm gonna do now is move up to the torso because I think I know that this is gonna look really good in there. Now, at this part of the torso, I actually want it right at the top here. Yeah, this is going where I want it to. Except for that fugly face. Now I'm just going to be switching back and forth between all these different glaces. Smooth this out, because it's a pretty big jump. This line right here is a good example. It's going to be tough to get rid of. Let's see, I need to put some black in the arms here. Back of the torso. Already put it in the buttocks. Let's put it back here. I think it's hard to tell from the camera, but where the torso is, I'm really liking it. Like, it's a nice gradient. And we're not even done with it yet. We're gonna keep adding that black. You can't get enough of it. It's like what they say on Ink Master, if you ever watch that. You need to commit to more black. There's some variation of that. Now, let's make this a little smoother. Get some of this here. Alright. I'm not even going to try it on the armbands because I don't hate myself that much. But now we are ready. I think we're ready to do some highlights. So I'm going to add some water back into this electric blue here. So it doesn't break, split, whatever it's called, I don't know. It's not pulling back yet. There we go. All right, let's get this highlighting going. I'm going to test it out on this thigh area. I might need to add more. Might have gotten too watered down. Yeah, that's cleaner. I'm actually going to keep it a little thicker, see how that works. Eventually, we're going to thin it down or glaze it, but not right now. Just going to keep it nice and thick. There we go. Much better. Yeah, I'm probably going to add white to this eventually for another highlight. We'll see how it goes. Might have gone too ham on that one. Let's take that blue, throw in a line here. There we go. Back to the light blue. I like it. It's coming together. By the way, I'm painting way faster than I usually do. This I'd have been playing League by now. Alright, so let's oh wait, we need to finish up. I think I'm gonna bring this strap out a little more. Okay, now let's see on this armband if I can keep my ideas straight, or my paint. Alright. She's not complaining. She doesn't speak English. Just kidding. Betsy Braddock is English. Yeah, now that I'm seeing this, I can definitely tell that once I throw in some white, she's gonna be baller. It's hard to keep it in frame too for some of these awkward positions. My back tonight is gonna be like, why do you hate me so much? I'll be like, I don't, but it's just time. Father Time being cruel to both of us. Also, I don't have conversations with my back. Okay. Oh, I think I'm done with the straps over there. Maybe not. Yep, and I did those straps. So let's get these back. How am I gonna fix that? but I should have done something different with it. Okay, so... Oh, let's do some... I don't know, should I glaze these highlights on? Well, let's try first the edges. See what this does, you know? So even though it was the original sky blue that we painted, because of all those dark blue glazes we did, we can do very subtle highlights and they'll look pretty cool. Oh, definitely I'm adding white to this, because now that I look at it, I don't think I need to glaze them on. Let me think. Let me continue with these ones, and then I'll consider if I need to glaze them on. I know I won't need to glaze them on for these leg straps and arm straps, because it's kind of like a tiny surface area that doesn't need to be absolutely smooth. Now let's see what this looks like. I think I can do that. I think I can get away with edge highlighting these. Let's see. Let's do all the way around. I think the reason why I think I can get away with doing these is because eventually I'm going to be adding white, right? So then these aren't going to be the most bright highlights. Yeah. Maybe. Who knows? Who really knows? Here, this is what's going to tell me if I need to glaze on the highlight or not for these big flat areas. I'm going to try it on her abdomen here and see if it works. And if it doesn't, I'll glaze it on. I think I'm going to try to glaze it on for the big blocks. So I'm planning on going back onto sky blue onto the chest and these leg areas, the knees. So far I've done them straight on with no glaze medium or anything, but I think I'm going to do them for that and for these areas. So the rest though I think I can just paint on. Strengthen the layers here. I feel like here I don't think I need to glaze them. Like the straps, it's such a small surface area that having the smoothest of blends isn't really that noticeable. But for the chest, how much area I've given this lighter blue We want it to be smoother. Right now it's a little choppy. Little bit. Let me strengthen this up a little more. Let's try to bring out the highlight in the middle rather than the edge. Maybe I don't need to glaze it now that I'm looking at this. Yeah. If it ends up being bad, we'll glaze it. It might be stronger this way. More comic-like, if you will. Let's do all the other parts before committing to the chest. I guess it's going all right. I think I like it. Should have done something else with that, but you know what though? I'm gonna commit to the OSL idea and I'm gonna make it glow on that butt so that it covers up how bad this transition is. I don't want to spend too long on it. So, yeah. Whew. Let's glaze this really quick. Okay, now onto the chest. We're just going to try and minimally highlight it. Starting with the torso because I know how I would highlight this. Getting there, getting there. Commit to the brush stroke. Guess that works. No, that's too much. Let's get back that dark blue. Yeah, I don't need to glaze it. Should be fine. Starting to get there. When I add the white, it's gonna really give the impression of like a shiny leather. I hope. Really start to thicken this up. I think I need to shape this a little bit differently. Maybe go all the way up. Is that better? Is that worse? Hers are her chest is rounded, so I think let me try to imitate that a little more. It'll probably be better when I add the white in. Yeah, let's not go too crazy on this. gonna add the dark blue back in because I think this is a little weird. Makes it look like her neck is cut off, so I think it's because I need to repaint her neck. Let's try that. I mean, I don't know. Let's try that again. I guess it's a little bit better, but I don't want to mess with that too much. Let me just throw this blue back on here to the clavicle. Get that highlight back. And then we're gonna knock it back once. All right, now let's add that white. We got Leo game color Blanco. We're gonna add that white over here. Take some of this blue, throw it in this white. Let's take more of that blue. Take more of that blue. Lots of bubbles. I think it's thin enough. All right. Keep doing the peaks. Now, while I'm here, do one peak right there. So this should overall be bringing that contrast up because it's right next to that blue black. Is what I keep telling myself. It's what helps me sleep at night. This is how I hide mold lines. By making them super obvious that there are mold lines there. What do you think? Does it work? Sure. Now, we've done the straps there. Let's try and find a peak here. Just to make it look like shiny leather in some areas. Let's go to the back of the legs. That's safer. Let's see how big I need to make these before I put them on the chesticles. Not really hiding the blend super smooth, but you know what? It's not my problem. I'm glad I'm testing this out here before I hit the chest, because I think it's looking a little weird. Now let's get this buttocks. Certainly gonna need to glaze these hot spots here. Let's get these armbands. Dot, 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 dot. Let's get this armband. Let's get physical. Ooh, that went all haywire. That's fine. Everything's fine. Forearm here. This elbow. Woo! Alright, I think those are most of the spots except the chest. I like how it's popping up, like on the thighs. Some area like the butts, not my favorite. Calves could be a little bit better, but overall not too bad. So, where am I going to put these final highlights? Let's start with the same place we started with before, the torso, the rib cage area. Well, that kind of went funky, so let me fix that. Fine enough. And then we know I'm gonna want some points at the clavicle. Or collarbone? I don't know. Whatever. put a point here just to make it stand out a bit. Then, I'm not gonna do the shoulder. Let's do the tatas. I think that's the scientific name. This looks really difficult. I guess, yeah. But, you know, like, the more you practice it or just try it out, I think the easier it gets. But like I said before, I don't really do it this way. So it's not something I'm used to. I'm kind of winging it. It's just like tedious, I think. It's more than anything. Just super, super tedious. And it's definitely one that it's not my favorite way of doing it, because you don't really start to see it come together for a while. You kind of have to, like, believe it'll all come together. Because if you, like, stop halfway and just go back to, like, the normal way you do things, you're not gonna really know how, like, a new technique. So this one I bust out whenever, or I think I'm gonna bust out whenever I want to make blue black. So even though the chest is more blue than I initially wanted to make it, I think I'm gonna knock it back a bit. So I'm gonna go ahead and glaze my sky blue over these highlights. Now that I'm glazing over these highlights, it should smooth it back down a bit. Especially these areas down here where I first tested it. I want to glaze over it entirely. Maybe a little stronger. Because that shouldn't be as bright as they are. Now these ones I don't necessarily need to glaze, so I'm just gonna blend in some parts here. These ones need to be a little bit blended. And plus, since they're furthest away from the light source, they should be darker. Definitely these calves. Oh god. Girl, I am ruining you. You work so hard for these bad boys, these cantaloupes, and I mess you up. I'm like, that subreddit just fucked my shit up. Okay, let me knock these back. Back. Too much. Okay, I think that's good enough. That is an officially blue lady. Oh no, I didn't do the buttocks. Forgive me. Girl, I'm sorry about your badonkadonk. I don't know what to do with it. It's the back of the model too, so I'm never gonna show anyone else your badonkadonk again. But everywhere else I'm pretty happy with. I think I'm gonna probably darken up the chest a little more. Let's glaze it. Like a donut. Okay. That's a little bit better. Let's darken it up more. I mean, let's just go ham. Let's just keep doing this until we realize we've made a huge mistake. That's painting in a nutshell. At least when I do it. I made a huge mistake. Nah, I think, let's see. Maybe some black. This is the part where I'm gonna say, I really did make a mistake. Oh no, actually, I like that. Yeah, I think that actually makes it a lot better. Too bad she has a fugly face. She's got a great personality, though. I'll fix it up. Can't wait to see the final product. Me neither. I don't know what's gonna happen. But I think, alright, so earlier I said I was gonna fix up the face when I do the hair. So I think I'm gonna do the hair. Let's do it. Alright. So how am I gonna do this? I know I want it blurple. It looks like it kind of goes into magenta, but I don't really want to go into magenta if the sword is also going to be magenta. It'll make it look like she dyes her hair to match her power, and that's kind of... It's kind of lame. So how about... We'll just go straight jet black and then go up to purple for highlights. Alright, let's throw some black in here and I just spray it everywhere like a squid. That's fine. Throw some water in this bad boy. Wish I had a bigger desk. Wish I was a baller. How long do I think it'll take to finish? Well, how long does it take to make masterpieces? I don't know. So like, I was editing some footage of this dragon I painted, and it was 5.5 hours of actual brush time. Like, if I cut out all the taking my hand away or washing, it was like 5.5 hours of man hours. So because of this, it's much smaller, but the dragon I was painting, I airbrushed, so it's kind of evens out. Right now this is like the 3.5 hours. So I think I'm gonna be able to, in another 2 hours, get the hair, sash, and sword done. So that would be 5.5. And then that would basically be everything except the base. The base would be another probably 2 hours, 3 hours, if I want to make it fancy. So all in all, probably same amount of time of 5.5 hours actual brush time, 3 hours of lollygagging. I'm a slow painter, especially when I do this sort of glazing stuff. Like, this is all relatively new to me. And by relatively, I mean maybe 2 years when I started really messing around with glazes. And every time I'm like learning new stuff with it. Like just now, this turned out much more blue than I thought it would be. I thought it would be more black blue. So like, I'm still experimenting with how I like to glaze. And it changed almost every time I do it. So I guess it's a long-winded way of saying probably another 5 hours of like on-air time, so to speak. Not like actual brush time. And that's me rushing. Like this right here, I'd be like going to bed at like midnight or something. Like, I'm done for another week. I'm not gonna touch it again. But I'm really trying to pump through this so that when people watch this, they won't be so bored. Like, we'll always have something to watch. So yeah. Will you take a break or just keep rushing till I'm done? Man, now that you said that, I really kind of want to pee. I actually do have the ability to, put the stream on break really quick, probably like 5 minutes. I'll probably do the hair, take a 5-minute break, use the bathroom, and then finish up. I want to finish up the hair and the sword tonight, to be honest. Like, I don't know if I will, but that was my goal of what I wanted to do. So that way, the next time I stream, it's just doing the base. Because so like 2 years ago I started trying this video stuff out, and I streamed on Twitch, and because I wasn't conscious or planning out the goal of what I wanted to finish, it would take me like 6 streams to finish one model, right? So I really want to stay on task, because part of the reason why I started the stream is to not only give you guys something to watch in between my long form videos, but also to keep myself on the track to completing things. Like, not just a nebulous idea of I want to paint. It's like, no, I want to actually get stuff done. Because with this Marvel Zombicide, I want to get enough to play a single player game, like a solo game. I already have I showed it earlier, I don't know if you saw it. I already have this Captain America done. Like, I love Cap. I was pretty happy with this one. I painted it in about 2 sessions, about the same pace I'm painting this right now. So I painted this Cap, and then I painted this Winter Soldier here. This one actually got done pretty quickly, except the arm was giving me fits because I wanted it to be chrome, not just silver. So, like, I want to get 4 guys done. And so I have Hawkeye here. I'm finishing on my own. Let me see, is it these guys? It's not gonna. There you go. I'm about 15% done with him. So, like, if I get Psylocke here done, I'll have enough to play a single player game. And that's really what I wanted to do, and I took so long to just even start working on these. So that's why I'm like, I think I'm gonna probably stay on, maybe take a 5-minute break, to finish the actual model part. And then next time I stream, I'll be able to finish the base, and then boom, she's done. On to the next, So, what did I do? I mixed up the black, then I started waxing poetic, staring at my own navel. So let's get this black hair painted. Yeah, no, bases are, like, I knew I wasn't going to tackle a base at all, because bases are a whole nother way of painting for me. Like, they take so long, and it's not my comfort zone all the time. Like, these kinds of bases. So, like, the little finger that she's standing on, the sentinel fingers, like that's in my comfort zone. The rocks and stuff, that always bugs me. Like, I don't know how to paint natural stuff very well. I'm very, like, give me armor, give me clean things, like, I will knock those out. But you give me natural, like Nurgle or whatever, like rot, whatever, like that just kills me. There's a few things I do know, like rust, but like when it comes to landscapes, it really throws me for a loop. So I tend to pick armies, crews, and models that fall into that, like Infinity is a good one for me. But like in Malifaux, I pick stuff with armor or cleanness. I don't pick Resurrectionists because it's not something I want to paint, but two, it's like that natural sort of, you can't make a clean, like you can make it clean, but I don't know. It is something I want to tackle though. Like I do want to learn how to make, like as an example, Cap, right? The model itself, love it. The base, I honestly can't stand it. It's all one note, one texture. Like I tried my best to change it all up and add colors here and there, but it's just, I don't know, something in my brain keeps me from making it look better. So like this is something I need to work on, and that's why I did his base like this. It's like this was me taking a step out of my comfort zone, and I didn't like it, but it works all right. I just prefer the Cap part, the clean stuff. So actually, now that I think about it, I should be planning what colors I'm going to use. So like in the reference card, it's sort of a gray-brown, so I'll probably lean into that. I'll probably throw some khakis and stuff, and the blue finger, easy for me, but the rest, we'll figure it all out. So anyways, waxing poetic, navel gazing. Let's paint the rest. Right now she looks a little like Rogue. His face. It's made for radio. I don't know how I'm gonna fix this face. I'm jacking it up for sure. She don't look like Psylocke. She looks more like if I were Psylocke, like me cosplaying as Psylocke. Just as I said, subpar ninja is the name. She's kind of a ninja. It would kind of work. You don't want to see me in a bikini. I guess is it? I guess it is a bikini. She's very confident in her fighting skills because she don't need armor. I'm just gonna paint in that cap. Okay. You're a strong, confident woman who can fix faces. Sorry, I got in my own head of like, how am I going to do this? She's also got eyebrows, man. I don't know if I can do that. Drink some water. I think I have an idea. I'm gonna take some purple wash. Trust me. Trust me. I'm not even gonna tell you what I'm gonna do with it. Because you gotta trust me. She looks dead. That was terrible. Oh, she looks like a Dia de los Muertos. But we're gonna fix that. Looking good. Dia de los Muertos. I think I'm on the right track though. Yep, OBS keeps disconnecting and reconnecting. Gotta fix this lady of the night. She looks like the Joker. why I got these scars. Because this man has no idea how to paint a lady. There we go, fix that up. Lady with a great personality. I'm just gonna keep it simple. This thing is gonna get caked up. Take some flesh shade. Try to salvage this. Why does she look so grumpy? Is it like a mold line or something? Is that why? I don't know, I'm about to give up on making the face look good. I'll tell you that. Tell you that for free. Like, this cheek, I think, looks okay. This cheek is good. It's like one cheek's at ya, one cheek's for ya. At ya for ya. Alright. How are we gonna fix you? Do you need lipstick? No. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Not right now. I honestly think it is the sculpt and a mold line. I think this right here is a mold line. So let's just make do. I am fairly certain it's a mold line, because it's messing up the nose too. Oh yeah, it is. It just caught it, like when you do an edge highlight. It just caught my brush. Okay. Now that we know what the problem is, you just throw the model out. Now I think I might know a way around it. So I think, let what might help is, let's do the eyes first. Do a little line here. Turn her upside down. Do a line here. You know, wait a second. I don't know why it looked alright here. See, like, at this angle, face looks good. But then, I don't know. We'll just move on. Get some white. Come on. Try to, like, this is how I usually do eyes, is do a black line, so to speak, and dot in the corners, or in the, son of a bitch. My white is too watered down. Erase it. Okay, let's do it again. Do a white in the corner and then on the inside corner. My brush is split. Try it again. I'm trying to, like, it, I don't know, maybe it is the sculpt. God. Try something different. When things aren't working, you pivot, you know? Why are you being so stubborn? I think I have to do that black line again. Let that dry. I usually do not have this much of a problem with the face. Like, I guess that's what happens when you do it live. I think also the neck needs to change. I might wash that. Come on. Is it in the eye too? The mold line's in the eye too, I think. You know? Either that or I thickened it up so much with so many attempts. No, it is. I can see it. You can see how it catches. Come on. Come on, Cool Mini or not. You're better than this. Now I gotta do a really thick white to catch this eye. Why does it look better from this angle? I don't know. Now I gotta take that black again. I can totally see the mold line now. Can't unsee it. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Take a glass of water, breathe. Because it's not that critical, man. It's just a miniature. It's just streaming in front of the world for everyone to judge. I know that I can do better faces than this. So what I'm gonna do is one more try. And if I can't fix this, I'm leaving it alone and moving on. Now what I'm gonna try is a little bit of this magenta, a little bit of the dark blue, the wash, the glaze, I guess. Make a purple. Then I'm gonna make this into a glaze. And then I'm gonna try to do this very lightly into an eyeshadow. I think that works. Strengthen it a little bit. Let's try to do a blush. A little bit. Just enough. And last but not least, a little lipstick. Or maybe just a lip separator. Okay. So what I feel like she needs now is some definition in the lip. The upper lip. Let's try the lower lip as well. She doesn't come up on screen very well, but let's try to shake the cheekbone a little bit more, and there we go. Okay, okay. That's what was causing an issue. Let me fix this nose while I'm at it. Spent way too much time on this face. It's becoming a stopping point. Like, I'm too fixated on it, and I should be moving on. But it wouldn't be a fixation if I didn't stay fixated. Take some flush wash. Oh, you know what? She still needs to clean up. Fix that. Oh, okay. Okay. Just messing it all up. Just gonna start over again. Hi. Last attempt. Now that I'm like looking at this really closely, I can see that mold line is crazy. So it's not me. It's not my failures as a miniature painter. It's the model's fault. I should have cleaned it. Like, her lips are way too close to the bottom of the nose. I don't know if you can really see that, but it squishes her face. I think that's one of the things that's really bugging me. It's like it really squishes her face and chin. So it's like I would like it to be like the art where it's angular, like it comes down to a point, but maybe I do need to outline the jaw. Let's try that. So first, oh, that's too thick. I think I will have to outline the jaw. But I have to be conscious of this mold line that's running right under her bottom lip. Because it'll catch it and connect the lip to the chin. And that's what makes it look like real squished. It's already doing it. It's like there is no lip because of this thing. Alright. Next color. Strong, confident woman. I don't know what it is, man. This is... We're just dotting the eyes, and we're gonna call it for the face. Never had so many problems with the face. It I know that a lot of painters probably have experienced this, but it'll sap your motivation, or at least the joy that you're having when you're having such a difficult time for something that shouldn't really be one, right? But what makes you learn more or be better, I think, is pushing through it and just moving on. So even though I'm having a hard time right now doing that, I'm gonna practice what I preach, and eventually eventually I'll move on. But I'm so stuck on this. It's like, how can I call myself a painter if I can't do stupid face. I just jokered you again, didn't I? Yep, I did. How about... I keep saying I'm gonna move on. Just move on, right? Just move on, bro. Just move on. No. No. Just keep fixating and then it'll solve itself, right? Looks like a clown, bro. What are you doing? Now I'm gonna glaze. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try glazing over this. Trust me. I have a system. Maybe the undertone of the purple and magenta will be a miracle or something. I don't know. I keep forgetting about this mold line. This should be a lesson to everybody watching. Clean your shit. Clean your models. Do a good job. Or you might be like me, just having problems. Glaze this. I swear, I'll give it up. I'll be a good boy. If you can just fix her freaking face. What is going on with it, man? This is the last attempt for real. Whew. Just take a minute. realized there's more to life than getting a face right. Like butterflies and I don't know. How about this time, no wash? We'll just raw dog it. Which, kind of hate that term. Don't know why I said it myself. It's like bro. I used to hate saying bro. And then I started saying it. At first, as like a sort of pejorative, I guess. Like, okay, bro. And then it ended up being a thing I say all the time. Because if this doesn't work out, we're just going to do the hair and the sword and be done. The other thing to keep in mind is that, you know, you only have to make stuff look good from arm's length away. I guess the other thing is, like, it's like painting with a magnifying glass, if you've ever done that. You see everything. And I guess that's something I'm losing perspective on right now. Is because this is so close up on the screen, you see everything. And that's not always a good thing. Like, you end up scrutinizing your own stuff a little bit too much. So I think, with that in mind, we're just gonna move on. Wait, one step. We're gonna glaze this really quick, and then move on. Because, I'm not doing a wash, but I need to unify these. Okay, we're just gonna leave it at that. All right, so for the hair, I already mixed up my purple. I already colored all this black. So let's go ahead and throw in those highlights. So purple. Now, I heard the term using a crown or a halo for hair. And it's funny because I thought I was being a genius whenever I first discovered this on my own, and then I heard somebody say, you put a halo, and I was like, oh, other people figured it out too, and there's a better term, because I thought of it as a ring. So, one of the things I like to do is figure stuff out the hard way on my own, and then feel like a genius because I did. But really, it kind of works against you in some aspects because you could just be missing out on some basic knowledge. But on the other hand, if you teach yourself how to discover things like this on your own, then you kind of teach yourself how to observe, how to learn things, and I find that really valuable. It's like learning how to solve problems, learning how to learn. So even though, yeah, you come up with the Halo thing all on your own independently, even though thousands of people already know about it, like, just the fact that you could make those observations on your own is really, like, valuable to me. That's how I taught myself everything, because before the days of the internet, right, you had libraries and stuff, but really you just kind of either learned by word of mouth or on your own. And a lot of the skills I have, I did that. I just taught myself by observing a lot of things. And yeah, it may have been sped up by other people's knowledge being told to me, but one, I didn't have those people to like tell me how to paint or tell me how to think. But two, when all you do is repeat what's been prescribed to you already by other people, by people who are like, well, it's been done this way forever, well, then you don't discover new things, you know? Like, you just end up doing what everyone else is doing. And while that's not a bad thing, how can you be the person who discovers something new? Or discovers something that's completely your own? So I've always kind of been against the grain of, like, my buddy tells me I'm obstinate, like, intentionally obtuse. And if somebody were to tell me the right way to do something, I'd immediately not do it. And in a way, he's right. But the way I like to think of it is, I like to discover what I can figure out on my own, and then I like to see what everybody else does, and compare like what I figured out to what everybody else figured out, and see what did I miss and why. Like, why did I not see something so obvious, like it being a halo? The way I thought of it too was like where the curves, the arches of the hair. So like the arc, you'll see here, it goes like this. So the arc of the hair is what's going to reflect the light the most, right? So that's one way of thinking of it. Now remember, this purple is the mix of the dark blue with magenta. And I'm not even going to bother with the underneath of the hair. So I've got most of the arcs done, or the halo. And I'm just gonna color him solid, actually. Like, sometimes I leave little strands out to define, but I think because it's all painted black beforehand, that I can just paint it solid. And now that I've gotten all the arcs done, the halo, so to speak, we're gonna paint in the highlights. So we're gonna throw in some white into some of this purple, and I want to make sure that it's a pretty extreme change. I might even go a little further. It's like a lilac, I guess. And I want to make sure this paint is pretty opaque, because I'm gonna just do in some streaks. Here we go. I'm trying not to make them uniform, but it's kind of turning out that way. Alright. Let's go to the other side of the halo. A little bit anime, don't you think? The extreme jump is what really makes it keep the impression that it's dark hair. Like, from what I've discovered. I hate looking at your face. And I love Psylocke, man. I feel like I didn't do you justice with this face. That's alright. Oh, shoot. I keep it in frame. There's also another arch when it goes into the part. Now we go to the other parts and try to keep in mind where those arcs are and highlight those accordingly. The interesting thing about doing it this way is you don't really have to do too much, and you don't have to smooth them out, or at least I found that you don't have to smooth them out. This should work out just enough, you know, like, makes me think of like Ghost in the Shell color here, or Oni? That's old video game / anime series, I think. So you want to give the waviness impression, right? But you also don't want to lose the darkness. I feel like that could be a little bit more down here. And for one last final highlight, I'll throw in some more white. And this is strictly for the halo. Like some parts of it. Like probably where the crown of the head. Or if you join too many, you need to separate them. Okay, so that's the hair done. I really want to touch the face again. It's her lips, man. It's her lips. It is this terrible lip. Said I was done. They keep pulling me back in. You know what? We're not doing this again. Oh. Okay. We're almost there. For what I set out to do. We did the blue. We did the skin. We're ignoring that face. I might fix it offline. Red sash. Alright, we're gonna knock this out quickly. Let's put it on this palette here. Oh no, I did have a replacement blood red somewhere. But I guess this will do. But yeah, Blood Red, I think it's called Evil Sun Scarlet nowadays, because GW wants to patent everything, I guess. And then a little bit of our flesh tone. Let's go bright. Let's go with the highlight color, the sunny highlight. Okay. So we're gonna lay down that this dark red, the deep red. Mix it up with some water. And we're just gonna knock it out because this is a pretty easy part. The sash. Look at how it pops. Oh, I love that. Against the blue. Nice. Let me move this over. We kind of want this to be opaque. Not perfect, but pretty opaque. This is one of my go-tos for red. I don't always do it this way. When I do, it's this way. Okay, now that I'm closer to the belly, I'll switch to my fancy brush. That was a bit much. Oh no! Act fast. I need water, stat. She's dying. I should not have my hand. I should have known. I had my elbow and wrist area resting against this thing that kept sliding. You know, it's like a safety thing. Like, you keep thinking about it, like, oh no, this isn't safe. And then you think, oh, I should probably adjust. And then it happens, right? Like, we should just stop ourselves as soon as we think, yeah, no, this might be bad. Alright, I'm going for a second coat. Mostly opaque. Did I get? Just notice like the area near her bikini ink butt is not solid, or it's not blue, so I might fix that. Gotta fix that. Need water, stat. Alright, so got that red sash going, right? Pretty much almost dry. Next thing we take is some purple shade, purple wash. And we go to town on this bad boy. Just heavy wash. With the purple. Oh my goodness, it closed on me. I hate GW bottles, don't you? I think everybody does. No one goes like, oh, it is the most superior design. Nope, it is annoying as all get out. Now the cool thing about this is that purple, I believe, is a warm tone. So is this red, and it's cutting up right in the middle of all this blue, which is cut up again by all this flesh tone, which is sort of an orange, right? So earlier at the beginning of the stream, I was talking about how you break up your blocking, warm, cool, warm, cool, warm, cool. Like just thinking, oh, that's cool. That's fine, but to me, I'm like, I get a lot of pleasure in finding out the why, or like observing why this works so well, and like why is this look so iconic, you know, because you can write the words down of Psylocke and Captain America's personality, you can make a dossier, but this ultimately seals the deal with the look. Okay, so while that's drying, because I want to try to get through this, I have to use the bathroom eventually, right? I'm gonna go ahead and put a new batch of this Warlord Purple / what I call Magenta. And we're gonna do a base coat of the sword. It's hard to do without getting it all over some other stuff. You know, Psylocke has that iconic pink glowy stuffs, right? So I'm getting ready for it. Now, I also need to paint the hilt and scabbard, so let's go ahead and paint it black. You know, with the whole idea of light, dark, cool, hot, cool, we can keep this actually black, not like a blue-black. And I think I'll just do a quick highlight of shadow gray, like a blue-gray. So even though it'll be a cool tone, it's more of a neutral cool tone. I don't know if that's a thing, but that's what I think of in my head. Okay. Let me add a little water. It's a little thick. I should have added more water to my wet palette before. I didn't realize I was going to stream for so long. It's a 4.5-hour stream so far. We're getting there though. To the goal I said that I wanted to do. I might have to cut it a little before, but it should be like the gist of it should be really done. And then like that way it's mostly the base left to do in the next time I decide to stream, which who knows when. At least weekly is what I aim for, just FYI. I'm aiming for at least weekly. So I think I'll probably finish the red Sash and call it a night. So the red has been washed with the purple. The purple is dry. We're going to go right back to that base coat red that we started with, the deep red. And we're going to highlight. I got a little bit on her blue, but I have to pee soon, so I don't care. And we're gonna leave it a little dark down there. Let's start over here. Okay, now we're on to the belly part of the sash. Well, I just messed all that up. It's fine though. We just want to make sure the major parts that need highlighting are highlighted. I am just screwing all that up. Alright. You still want to make sure you leave some darkness to it, right? So just like how we did with the blue, you want to make sure that you leave some parts dark for contrast. And then let's get to the back here. Oh, here we go with that safety moment. I just felt this move again. Alright, now that we've gotten that, we're going to take the blood red. A little hot red, right? And we are going to highlight again. This should be a big jump right here. As it dries, you'll see that it kind of fades into the background a little bit more. Which is good. Everything, but a good amount. Remember, we want to keep these even dark, like all the dark parts here. So you have to be very careful how you highlight. If you think about the material, where would it reflect? What would it look like? And even though I'm kind of going into the dark parts here, it's still leaving the impression that it's highlighted correctly. Seems alright so far. Go over these parts one more time. Just kind of went crazy there, but that's fine. Everything's fine. Do not panic. Okay, now we take that highlight flesh tone and mix it in to this red. You don't need a lot. And now we highlight. Try to make some scratchy sort of hatch marks. That one looks a little repetitive. Throw them in every once in a while somewhere else. Oh, I forgot to paint these ones, but no biggie. It's just by the bubble butt that I don't want to show anybody because I don't like the transition. That's like a really bad transition, but it's not about being perfect, right? So, what do you think? I didn't get to the OSL glow. We'll do that next time, along with the base. I think that gives us plenty of things to go over. But I'm happy with how the blue turned out. It's like a shiny sort of leather. Not happy with the face, as you know. We'll deal with it. I like the hair. First time I did that color for hair, but I knew it would kind of work out. And the sword looks like it's gonna have some potential. Like I'm gonna have it glow off of her butt and off of her hand and some of the sash and maybe off of the terrain. But overall, I really like how it turned out. So that's it for tonight. Let me see how it looks on my hand. Yeah, she looks alright. She looks alright. Enough for her to fit in with, say, Cap. Cap looks a little bit better. I don't know, she has more contrast than Cap, so I kind of like that. We'll see. Anyways, if you guys were having a good time, just let me know. Leave a comment, you know, subscribe, like, all that good jazz. And I really appreciate it if you watched for a while, and even if you didn't. Take a look at the rest of the stuff on my channel, and I will also be doing more streaming in the future. I'm gonna try to keep this a weekly thing on Tuesdays, and maybe if I have time to add it into maybe Thursdays. So thank you all very, very much. Y'all have yourself a good one. Keep slinging paint, my friends.